Okay, good morning, everybody. Andrew, Yuvia, Jeremiah, Lacey, Adam, and Giselle, you're all here, all right, bright and early. Okay, hey, class, listen up. Okay, today we finished our lesson 10. So here's what we're doing today is we're doing our verse quiz, Proverbs 11:30. And I sent you guys two worksheets, not, is it 9 and 10, okay? Um, so that's all we're going to do today. So verse quiz, lesson 9, lesson 10 worksheets, okay? That's all we're doing today. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign off and let you work on that. Send me your results, and we'll get those recorded, okay? Thank you for your patience. As far as science goes, just giving you a little heads up, I'm having computer problems where I cannot broadcast on the screen anything. We're trying to get that fixed. Hopefully by science I will. If not, we'll have to do it verbally. So again, good morning, Elijah. Good to see you there too. So anyway, verse quiz 11:20, Proverbs 11:20, worksheets 9 and 10 for class today. Huh? What did I say? Oh, 11:30. Okay, 11:30. My bad. Okay, verse quiz. Write it out. Elijah, send it to me somehow. I'm not sure how we can do that. Email or whatever. I don't have your phone number yet. So get that to me. And if you can send me your phone number, if you have a phone, does anybody in here have his phone number? No. Elijah's? Okay. Then I could send you a copy of 9 and 10, worksheets 9 and 10. Otherwise, we'll just have to get those done. Next week or something. Okay. So I'm going to sign off. Work on those things. Get those done this hour, and then we'll see you back at science time. Okay. See you later.
Okay, so for those of you on Distant Learning, we're just about to take our grammar quiz right now. Please comment if you haven't received it yet. Elijah, I don't think I have your email to send it to you, so please write your email down so I can send that to you, okay? Other than that, everyone else, clear your desk, and let's take this quiz. There you go. Thank you so much. Festive. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. What are these called again? Dreidels?
I guess so. Dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And we realized that Christmas ain't the only holiday. And he's right here in his vlog. Oh, look, here comes Santa Claus.
I actually don't know the words to that carol. That's the only words I know is dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. That's all I know.
Hey, he's right here in his vlog. Oh, look, here comes Santa Claus, Santa Claus, Santa Claus.
So Elijah, you're just probably going to have to make it up in person if I don't get your email, or I'll send it through My School Works. So go ahead. If you haven't sent it to me, please send it to me by the end of the day. And then I'm going to put the SeatWorks screen on while we're taking our quiz, and then we'll be on here once we're done. Stone Face. Literature books, turn to The Great Stone Face. You had 3 days to, pardon me, The Great Stone Face on page 105 to 115. Gabby, find your seat. Okay, page 105. Some things to know about this story. We do have a review quiz on Monday, so make sure you guys are paying attention. The Great Stone Face. Okay, this was written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. If you guys turn over to his biography on page 115, star some things on page 115 that you need to know. He is an author to know about Nathaniel Hawthorne. Okay, Nathaniel Hawthorne, he was one of America's major writers. He was also very famous for his books, The Scarlet Letter and The House of Seven Gables. That is Nathaniel Hawthorne. Okay, so The Scarlet Letter and The House of Seven Gables. Those were his novels that he's very famous for. Know that he was one of America's major writers. He was born in Salem. He grew with a keen awareness of his Puritan ancestors, a knowledge which influenced many of his novels. After graduating from Bowdoin College, he befriended Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, another famous author of America. And future President Franklin Pierce, he began a career as a writer. For a while, Hawthorne was a surveyor of customs in Salem and later on, United States Consul to Liverpool, England. Both jobs offered him plenty of time to write. So just know that he was one of America's major writers. Okay, that's Nathaniel Hawthorne. That's on page 115. Okay, page 115, he was one of America's major writers. Okay, also make sure you mark that in your book, okay? The Great Stone Face, okay? So in this story, you should have been reading it since Monday or Tuesday, I believe. So in The Great Stone Face, there was a boy or a man. Well, in the beginning, he was a boy. The story kind of was, we followed him throughout the course of his life. So in the beginning, he was a boy. Throughout the story, he's a middle-aged man. And then towards the end, obviously, he's an old man. Okay, who knows his name? Gabby? It was Ernest. Okay, if you guys look at the very bottom, the very last column, he says, as we begin with saying, a mother and her little boy sat at their cottage door, gazing at the great stone face and talking about it. The child's name was Ernest. Okay, Ernest is your main character. And we see his life throughout this work. Okay, so Ernest and his mom, just some background to this story. Ernest and his mom, they lived in a valley that was overlooked by a natural rock formation. And all these people obviously called it the Great Stone Face, hence the title. Okay, so throughout this story, it's obviously talking about all these people in the town. They were trying to say, oh, who is the person that resembles the Great Stone Face? And that was the prophecy in the beginning. If you guys look on page number 106, okay, page number 106 at the left-hand column, Mother at the very top said he, while that titanic visage smiled upon him, I wish that it could speak, for it looks so very kindly that its voice must needs be pleasant. If I were to see a man with such a face, I should love him dearly. And then she, the mom, begins to tell him the prophecy of the Great Stone Face. She says, if an old prophecy should come to pass, answered his mother, we may see a man sometime or other with exactly as a face as that. And he says, what prophecy do you mean, dear mother? He eagerly inquired Ernest. Pray, tell me all about it. And she basically tells the story of the Great Stone Face. And then Ernest actually loves the story so much that he began to look at the Great Stone Face to be his teacher. There's a background of the Great Stone Face on page number 106. It says, so his mother told him a story that her own mother had told her when she herself was younger than Ernest, a story not of things that were past, but of what was yet to come. So obviously a prophecy. A story Nevertheless, so very old that even the Indians who formerly inhabited this valley had heard it from their forefathers, to whom, as they affirmed, it had been murmured by the mountain streams and whispered by the wind among the treetops. The purport was that at some future day a child should be born hereabouts who was destined to become the greatest and noblest personage of his time. And that person in manhood should bear an exact resemblance to the great stone face. Okay, so that's the prophecy. Someone would be born so great, so powerful, and so good character that they would resemble the great stone face. And so obviously Ernest loved the story so much that this story is about everyone in the town trying to figure out who the stone face resembled. So there were four people. Okay, four people that came into this story that people possibly thought that the great stone face looked like. Okay, the first man was Mr. Gathergold, and he was a wealthy merchant. We see him on page 106. Okay, throughout this entire work, Ernest actually meditated on the great stone face and the character qualities that it possessed. So if the man who was supposed to resemble the great stone face, if it was supposed to be, he was supposed to be a good character, he was supposed to be understanding, Ernest meditated on all of those characters, and actually he was kind of poor, he wasn't able to go to school, and then the great stone face actually became his teacher somewhat. He meditated on the great stone face and all the lessons that it taught. So he meditated so much, it says, in this manner a happy yet often pensive child grew up to be a mild, quiet, unobtrusive boy and sunbrowned with labor in the fields, but with more intelligence brightening his aspect. So he became actually very smart. So Mr. Gathergold, he was a shopkeeper. Page 106 and 107 are basically everything that is describing Mr. Gathergold. He was rich. It described the house that he lived in. But even though all these people were like, Mr. Gathergold's the great stone face, it's definitely him. But on page number 107, it kind of describes his carriage, and he's out riding through the city one day, and a poor family is begging for something to eat or, anything. They're beggars. And this Mr. Gathergold, if you guys look on page 108, he only gave them copper coins. He basically gave them the change out of his pocket. He had all these riches, he had all this gold, but he literally just gave him copper coins. He didn't even give any, like coins, dollars, money. Out of all the stuff that he had, he only gave copper coins. And so then everyone obviously was like focused on his magnificence. They were focused on his riches and what he looked like. But Ernest, he said, well, he can't be the great stone face. He says the years went on, they're saying he is the very image of the great stone face. But Ernest turned sadly from the wrinkled shrewdness of the sordid visage and gazed up the valley. He's basically saying that can't be one of the aspects of the great stone face. He has to be very giving. But so Ernest, he was the only one who didn't think great stone face was Mr. Gathergold. And then a long time after, obviously Gathergold is a good play on for his riches, play on with those words. Nathaniel Hawthorne did that. And then Ernest, actually, I want to point this out, Ernest was actually a good name for the main character too, because in the end, pardon me? Yes, he was Ernest, and he was it's like a representation of who they were in the story with their name. Okay, so Mr. Gathergold was the first one, but then time went on. This is on the right-hand side of page 108. Time went on, and poor Mr. Gathergold was dead and buried. And the oddest part of the matter was that his wealth, which was the body and the spirit of his existence, had disappeared before his death, leaving nothing of him but a skeleton covered over with wrinkled yellow skin, And then a few lines down, he says, so the people ceased to honor him during his lifetime and quietly consigned him to forgetfulness after his decease. So everyone eventually forgot about him. Then they were like, obviously, he's not the great stone face. Okay? So then the next person is General Old Blood and Thunder. Okay? This is also on page 108. He goes on, Ernest is now, obviously, his middle age. He's grown up a bit. The next man that comes into the story is General Old Blood and Thunder, and he was a successful war hero. And on page 108 and 109, basically says all these people were natives of the valley, so people were like, oh, maybe they would be the great stone face. And General Old Blood and Thunder, on page 108 and 109, they're basically throwing him this huge party. They're throwing him a feast because everyone thinks that General Old Blood and Thunder, this successful war hero, is the man that the great stone face resembles. On page 109, even Ernest was hoping that this would be the man. He says, it is true, Ernest had imagined that this long-looked-for personage would appear in the character of a man of peace, uttering wisdom and doing good and making people happy. And he's basically saying all these things about the general, but he hasn't even seen the general. Okay, so all these people, they're crowding the streets. Ernest can't even see him, but then as soon as he sees General Old Blood and Thunder, we're on the bottom of page 109, the last paragraph before you turn the page. He says, kind of halfway down or in the middle of the paragraph, it says, Ernest saw him. There he was over the shoulders of the crowd from the two glittering epaulets and embroidered collar upward, beneath the arch of green boughs with intertwined laurel. He's basically describing how he saw them. And how he saw them, he could also see the great stone face in the background. And was there indeed such a resemblance as the crowd had testified? Alas, Ernest could not recognize it, because he beheld a war-worn and weather-beaten countenance. He was full of energy, he was expressive, but he also lacked in other things. He lacked in gentle wisdom, the deep, broad, tender sympathies. He lacked that gentle part that the great stone face had, those characteristics. So this is not the man of the prophecy. So obviously, Old Blood and Thunder was not the next person who came. He was not the person that resembled the great stone face. Okay? Then, obviously, years went on. He's a little older now. And the next person comes. It was a statesman, and his name was Old Stony Fizz. Okay? He was a politician running for president. Okay? Old Stony Fizz, his name is on page number 111 at the top. Okay? Old Stony Fizz, a lot of people thought that he was the person that the great stone face. His admirers had found out the resemblance between him and the great stone face. Okay? And he was the one who was parading in the streets. He was campaigning in the streets. Everyone thought that, okay, so maybe this is the one who is the great stone face. But on the page 111, it says, all these people came out to shout and praise him. If you guys look on page number 111, it says, it's the same thing that kind of happens with Old Stony Fizz. The streets are so crowded that he can't see him, like Ernest can't see what the guy looks like until later on, and everyone's saying that he's the great stone face, but then Ernest finally gets a glimpse of the character, and he's like, well, he's lacking these these characteristics. He says, now it must be owned that at his first glimpse of the countenance, which was bowing and smiling from the barouche, Ernest did fancy that there was a resemblance between it and the old familiar face upon the mountainside. Then he describes what he looked like, but then he says, but the sublimity and stateliness, the grand expression of divine sympathy, that illuminated the mountain visage and etherealized its ponderous granite substance into spirit, might here be sought in vain. something had been originally left out. So same thing with old Stony Fizz. He was lacking like something that Ernest thought that great stone face possessed. He says, "No," Ernest said bluntly, "I see little or no likeness." But Ernest turned away, melancholy and almost despondent, for this was the saddest of his disappointments, to behold a man who might have fulfilled the prophecy, but had not will to do so. So he's already older. He's getting disappointed that he might not be able to see the prophecy fulfilled. The last person we see is the poet, okay? And this poet, he was kind of famous in their town. It actually says in the story that when the poet came to town, Ernest was actually reading one of the poet's books. And this poet actually heard of Ernest because now Ernest is an old man, okay? And he actually grew to be quite famous. So he became a preacher. He became someone like an elder in the village that everyone took their problems to. People even in far countries heard of Ernest, and they traveled to talk to him because Ernest was actually a great man, or so they thought, so they wanted to have at least one conversation with him. So by now, this old man Ernest, he's in his town, he's reading at night. The poet comes because he has heard of Ernest too, and he wanted to come back and talk to Ernest. So the poet comes back, they're talking for a little bit. Everyone thinks when the poet comes to town, since he's so famous and everyone loves his works, everyone thinks that the poet is the person that resembles the great stone face. He says, while Ernest had been growing up and growing old, a bountiful providence had granted a new poet to this earth. That's on page 112. The poet had celebrated the great stone face because the poet was from that place, so he had written about the great stone face in his works. So he comes back on page 113. The songs of this poet had found their way to Ernest. He read them after his customary toil, seated on the bench before his cottage door, where for such a length of time he had filled his repose with thought by gazing at the great stone face. So then the poet comes and he starts talking. Ernest thought it was the poet, but then the poet was saying on page number 114, the poet was like, I don't think it's me because all the stuff that I write about, it's not true in my life. He says, my life, my dear Ernest, has not corresponded with my thought. I have had grand dreams, but they have only been dreams because I have lived, and that too by my own choice among poor and realities. He's basically saying all the great stuff that I write about, it doesn't match my character, it doesn't match my life. So I can't be the great stone face. But Ernest obviously was old. He was almost giving up on trying to find out who the prophecy was. But then he told the poet, he's like, well, at this time, it's kind of like my hour to go and talk to my friends. So the poet comes along with Ernest. Ernest starts talking to his friends. If you guys look on the right-hand side on page 114, he says, Ernest began to speak, giving the people of what was in his heart and mind. His words had power because they accorded with his thoughts, and his thoughts had reality and depth because they harmonized with the life which he had always lived. So everyone loved Ernest. His character was true. He was honorable. And then at that moment, the poet realized that the great stone face resembled Ernest. Ernest was the one that looked at like the great stone face. So the poet says, behold, behold, Ernest is himself the likeness of the great stone face. And all the people looked and saw that what the deep-sighted poet said was true. The prophecy was fulfilled. But then Ernest, being Ernest, having finished what he had to say, took the poet's arm and walked slowly homeward, still hoping that some wiser and better man than himself would by and by appear, bearing a resemblance to the great stone face. So Ernest, being humble as he was, saying, no, it's not me, but everyone eventually knew that it was Ernest, and the prophecy was fulfilled. So that's the great stone face. I know it was a long story, that's why I gave you a lot longer to read it, but we do have a review quiz on Monday over, let me look at your pages. Does everybody have this in their book? Okay, or at least marked it down or marked the characters in your book. So the first one was Mr. Gathergold. The second one was General Old Blood and Thunder. The third one was Old Stony Fizz. He was the politician. And then the poet, obviously doesn't give his name. Okay, but your quiz is over 103 to 115. So I hope you wrote down your characters, know your authors, and then Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. It's over pages 103 to 115. That's on Monday, okay? 103 to 115, know your authors and the characters that we just went over. Obviously, Ernest, and then those slides with the characters, and then you should be good. That is on Monday. Are there any questions about that? Awesome. Tonight is your 4B words 3 times, okay? Your words 3 times. Your quiz will be on Wednesday. Okay, so let's go over that really quickly. We have 5 more minutes. Take out your vocab. Page number 33. Okay, this is the rule about changing your Y to your I's. Okay, nothing in grammar. We took our quiz today. Okay, list 4B. So you're writing page number 33, list 4B, 3 times. Okay, sorry, 2 times. Just write it 2 times. Okay. Your vocab quiz will be on Wednesday. Okay, so this will also, now you're adding to it your synonyms and your not antonyms, just your synonyms, but also look on page number 37. Page 37, study your prefixes, your roots, and your suffixes. Those will also be on your quiz, okay? So study those for Wednesday. Yes, Ricky? Turn it in, yeah, okay. Austin, if you get your homework to me by the end of today, I'll still accept it today, okay? That goes for everybody. If you didn't turn it in, tomorrow I will not accept it, so do it today. Just turn it into the tray. I empty out my tray at the end of the day, every single day. Okay? So list 4B tonight for homework, okay? So make sure that you are studying that rule. Remember your rule in changing your Y to an I, okay? So if there's a vowel before the Y, you keep the Y. So number 1, alleys, you would keep the Y. Okay, number 2, allies. Obviously an ally, if you have a friend, A-L-L-Y. The reason why you're changing the Y to an I is because there's no vowel in front of the Y. Okay? Same thing with cemetery. There's no vowel before the Y. You would change the Y to an I. Okay? In number 9, envoys, there's an O before the Y, so you keep the Y. So that is your rule for list 4B. Okay? Are there any questions about the homework tonight? Okay, so vocab list 4B 2 times. Study those because your quiz is on Wednesday. And then no grammar homework. And then study for your quiz in, literature. Pages 103 to 115 on Monday. Okay?
Just study for your quiz. Welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Doug, find your seat. Adrian, find your seat. Do that after. Okay, some of us need to do better on our quizzes. Make sure our phones and everything are put away. If I even see the look that people are on their phone, I'll take it, whether you're on it or not. Okay, distant learners, we're taking our quiz here shortly. Okay, if you don't have that, let me know. I'll get that to you. Shh. I'll get that quiz to you. If you don't have it, let me know. Just send me a quick message. Looks like we have most people here. At the end of class today, I'm also going to be announcing, I'll say your name, and you need to go on My School Works, or you can try to ask me. I'll do my best to tell you. But there are a few people, I wrote it all down, that are missing assignments. Again, a lot of these assignments I'll say are due today. Okay, so I know it's not a lot of time to do it, okay, but that was your guys' responsibility. We got to get that turned in, or else you will receive a 0 from stuff that was like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and then last week and this week as well.
If you call my name, I got your name to the box. So.
Yes, you have to. Okay, I haven't checked what's in there, so it might already be in there, but just make sure it's turned in. But I do have a few people I'll announce here after the quiz. Okay, we got about, at 15, we'll take that quiz, so you have about 2 more minutes. So keep on studying. Okay, pull out a blank sheet of paper. I'm having some grace, and I'm only going to make it 5 questions. And I'm going to choose the 5 easiest questions. Okay, I'm helping you guys out.
Is there monasteries, Ireland, brewery, Petri theory, and like Dominicans and France,
Well, I mean, I'm sure we all have different perspectives, but yes, probably not the Pope, since there's a few of them. Maybe one question about a Pope. We're not going to talk about that right now. Shh. We're definitely not going to say that, certainly because that could be our president. Whether you like him or not, you still respect the position. You don't have to like the man, but you always respect the position. Thank you, Amethyst. Well put. Okay, again, distant learners, shh. We have 1 minute till we're taking that quiz. Okay, then everything will be put away. I better not see any phones, because we're starting to have a problem of that again in this class. I need to be more strict on it.
Did you see my text I sent you?
Shh. I haven't looked at it, but I did see you text me. Oh.
Cord right there, bro.
Doug just wrecked the camera. He didn't break it. Let's fix that. Doug just went ham on the camera.
Are you live right now?
Had some grudges. Had some grudges against the camera stored up in the body right there. Shh, Adrian, shh. You definitely should be studying for your quiz. Yes, sir. I believe it's quiz 11. I believe it is quiz 11. Yes, sir. I already have your phone number, so. Oh, you got a new one. So just send me the new one and I'll fix it. All right? Not right now. But. Shh, Sophia and Maya. Okay, pull out a blank sheet of paper. Put your name, put the class, put the dates. It is the 11th, 12/11/20. And then put quiz 11. Distant learners, this is including you as well. Pull out a blank sheet of paper. If you miss this class period right now and you don't hear us saying the quiz, then obviously you will receive a 0 because you didn't get the quiz. That kind of helps me with keep a distant learners accountable as well. Make sure they're tuning in. Shh. At this point, there's no talking. Make sure all we have out is a piece of paper, pen or pencil. Trusting your guys' integrity as well as distant learners' integrity. I think you do. Some of us might be lower than others. Okay, but we all have some kind of integrity. Thank you. It's Express. Yeah, it's one of my favorite companies, you know. But you gotta buy it on sale because it can be expensive sometimes. Yeah, you gotta get stuff on sale there. I really like their suits. All right, here we go. Everyone quiet. Question number 1. If you have a question, okay, or you need me to repeat one, don't ask me right away. I will repeat them all at the end again. Okay, so if you don't know one, just write a question mark. I'll ask it again at the end. Okay, question number 1. Try to go easy on you guys. You guys wouldn't like that one. All right, here we go. This one should be real easy. Okay, who was? Okay, this is, remember the matching. We talked about people you needed to know. Okay, I'll give you options to even help you out there. Who translated the Bible into English? I said I'd start off with a real easy one. Okay, if you guys need options, just raise your hand and tell me. But you should know that one already. All right. Yes. I will if you wanted them. Gelasius the First. I'm not spelling them for you. Peter Waldo. Gregory the First. Leo the First. John Wycliffe. And Irenaeus. Those are your options.
We're still on question 1, right?
Yes. Question number 2. To what country did Patrick take the gospel? It's literally part of his name. We know him as this, or his title.
Oh, so that's why there's that.
We are taking quiz, quiet. Gabby, make sure your mask is on. To what country did Patrick take the gospel? Okay, Elijah, hurry up and get back. We are taking a quiz.
Is he distance learning now?
Just today, it seems like. He was here the other day.
Yeah, I know, but I'm like, he left in the middle of school, like, right
How many questions will there be?
5, just 5.
Okay.
Okay, I'll announce them all at the end again. He knows. Okay, next question. Describe or tell me what breviary is. Describe or tell me what breviary is. We talked about that yesterday. It was a term we learned at the end of class. Okay, what did it mean? Okay, obviously you can summarize it to the best of your ability, maybe with 1 or 2 words. Okay, but what is breviary? I mean, you can use more than that, but there's 2 words you could use that would definitely describe it. Shh, think quietly to yourself. What? 2 more questions. Question number 4. Ooh. This one's real easy. What theory claimed that Christ founded his church upon Peter? Okay, remember I said Peter is your hint. Okay, it's not obviously Peter, but it sounds a little bit like it. Starts with the same letter. Okay, you don't need to say the whole thing. You can, because it already states what theory. You know it's a theory. It's blank theory. What theory claimed that Christ founded his church upon Peter? And last question. Okay, this one might be a little bit hard on the spelling, so just do your best. It has to be close enough for me to know what you're talking about. If it's not even close, I can't give it to you. Okay, name one of the 2 most prominent orders of the friars. We learned 2 of them. Okay, so name one of them. If you name both, okay, it won't be bonus to a sense of, hey, I got 100, I'll get 101. But if you miss a question, I'll allow it to cover the question you missed. There was 2 of them. They're a little bit harder to spell. They were named after people. Remember those tricky 2 names? Well, tricky 1 name, then the other name's not tricky. Okay, name one of the 2 most prominent orders of the friars. Okay, Yuvia, you're a little late. I'm going to go through it real quick again, so quickly pull out a piece of paper as we're having kind of like a pop quiz / not pop quiz. It's true. For distant learners, it could be pop quiz, because who knows if they were listening. That's why I said pop quiz / not. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go through the questions again. Okay, so you can check your answers, or if you missed one, write it in. Question number 1. Who translated the Bible into English? Your options were Gelasius the First, Peter Waldo, Gregory the First, Leo the First, John Wycliffe, or Irenaeus. Question number 2 was to what country did Patrick take the gospel? Yes, sir. No. Those ones are short answer, no options. No, they're short answer.
The first one gave us multiple choice.
Yeah, the first one is. That's it. Austin, you got to know it, man. Short answer. I can't help you. Okay, to what country did Patrick take the gospel? Shh. Question number 3. What is breviary? What is breviary? Okay, there's 2 main words you could use to describe that, or you can use a sentence, whatever you guys need to describe that. do your best. Okay, I'll try to give you as much credit as I can if it's close. Question number 4. What theory claimed that Christ founded his church upon Peter? I gave you a hint that it starts with the same letter. It kind of sounds a little bit like Peter. Okay, what theory? Blank theory. And last question, name one of the 2 most prominent orders of the friars. If you list both, the second one will cover a missed question. Okay, you won't be marked wrong if you get the second one wrong. And if you get 100, it won't go towards you getting 101. But this bonus will. Okay, I have a bonus for you as well, just like I always try to do. Where did I put? There it is. Obviously, during this Christmas season, okay, hopefully all those who messaged me, Andrew, Adam, Lacey, okay, Doug, you also messaged me. Man, I love you too, man. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. All right. Again, you guys messaged me. You didn't have the quiz. We're taking it verbally to help you guys out, so I didn't have to try to send it to all of you and waste too much time. Okay, so hopefully you're paying attention with that. If not, yikes. I'll try to get that to you if you missed it. If not, that was on you. Hold the spinner tops before I confiscate all of them. I just said hold them.
It's a dreidel.
It's the same thing. Tomato, tomato. Okay, I know they're not the same. They're cool, but don't use it right now.
What's your favorite toy growing up as a kid?
Shh. Okay, for bonus. Okay, the topic is Christmas. Please don't talk or else I won't do a bonus. Would you guys like the same ones I did or same one I did for juniors and seniors or a different one?
Is there hard?
It was easy, I thought.
No, it's scoop basketball.
All right, it has to be very specific. Okay, I'm only giving you 15 seconds to answer the bonus. As it is bonus, you have to think quickly. I can't give you all day. Do not sing the song out loud either. If you want to sing inside your head, that's okay. Okay, here's the question. It's not a Christmas movie. I mean, it is a movie, but it's not from a movie. It's from a classic Christmas song. In the song, okay, distant learners, you get the bonus today as well. I'm feeling real joyful and kind today. Okay, in the song Frosty the Snowman, what made Frosty come to life? Again, it needs to be very specific. You can't just put the object. It has some adjectives with the object in the song. So in the song, what gave Frosty or brought Frosty to life? Okay, in the song, again, you can hum it quickly. You got about 10 more seconds. Okay, what gave Frosty life? Yes, sir. No. Well, you only have 5 seconds now. Let's write it down. Amethyst. Shh. Those are all incorrect, by the way. No, I know. I'm just saying none of those are what gave him life. Shh. Quiet. All right, everyone, distant learners, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, send me your blank or your quizzes that you took on a blank sheet of paper. Get those turned in today. I'm going to go over some other work that you guys haven't turned in. Make sure you guys are getting your stuff turned in. Some of you are doing really well, staying on top of it, turning it right away. Some of you are not. Okay, so make sure you're turning those in. We're going to grade ours in class, so you guys can send yours in. I'll get those grades put in today. Okay, you can also go on My School Works. It's right there. Either it's empty or there's a capital M saying it's missing. Okay, so you guys know those are the assignments that are missing if you'd like to just do that as well. All right, we'll be back here in about 3 minutes. Oops. Okay, welcome back, distant learners. A lot of you sent that quiz. Make sure you send that in to me. Sorry, I'm looking for the remote. I don't see it. Where's the remote? Shh. That is your leg. I was literally watching you do it. Does anyone know where the remote is?
Maybe Miss Coral.
She might. I don't know if these ones have. I don't think these ones have a power button.
It's on the side.
It's not on the side. I just felt it's not behind either.
TVs in the library, they have
Because Mr. S touched
No, these aren't the same.
Mr. S touched
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Found it.
Oh, it's the legitimate personality.
All right, Gabby, turn around. Rick, Adrian, put chairs down. Stop talking. No more talking, or else I will move you and give you demerits.
Why me? Why is it always me?
I don't, that's a good question. Why is it always you? That is a good question.
You just told him to shut up.
All right, what note did we leave off at? Which one? 34. 61, I believe. The Battle of Tours. We didn't do that one yet. All right, so pull out those notes. We're only doing a few notes as we only have a little bit of time. We'll have some homework. Adrian, put your chair down. Because I said so. There you go. Because you can't be writing notes when your chair's like that. Stop, and you do that. Just scoot your chair up. No. I told you put your chair down, scoot your chair in. Stop talking. All right. Distant learners, I don't know why it's all funky. Let me put this back. There we go. So you guys have those slides as well. Okay, yesterday we were talking about, hopefully you turned in your homework by now. Okay, we were talking about these groups of people. If there was no homework, then there you go. Don't need to turn anything in. Okay, we talked about these Moors. They're Muslims from North Africa. Okay, so moving along with that, we have a few different groups of men. Sorry, I'm trying to find my place in the book. Okay, one specific battle that happened during this time is the Battle of Tours. The Battle of Tours happened in 732 A.D. It's also called Poitiers or Poitiers. Okay, but just know it as the Battle of Tours. Adrian, Isaac, shh. Put your mask on, please. Okay, this was the battle between the Frankish army and the invading Muslims. Okay, Charles Martel's victory. Why do I always put Western for Western? I know.
I know, on Eastern you put Easter.
Yeah. Okay, Charles Martel's victory prevented Western Europe from being swallowed up in the Muslim Empire. Okay, he stopped them. Because of this, okay, Charles Martel. By the way, what was Charles Martel? No, we talked about it. He was the people that rule, or they weren't kings, but they basically did the king's position. They were called this. He was the first one and main one.
Tribal person.
No, blank of the palace. Mayor of the palace. There you go. Okay, but since Charles Martel defeated them in this great war, okay, he is known, again, Martel wasn't his original name. Rick, put your mask on, please. Okay, you can take a sip, but then put it right back on. All right, but Martel, or the last name given to him, and like we know him, means is translated the hammer. Okay, he was Charles the Hammer. Okay, showed his strength in battle and in war. Maybe, man. Maybe he uses a big hammer.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, but after Charles Martel's death in 741 AD, his son, give you guys a second to write these notes down. I don't know how many blanks there are. I'm sorry. Is everyone good?
There's 3.
Okay, so Pepin the Short is the son of Charles Martel. Okay, Pepin the Short was a strong leader who felt that since he was, another typo, bugs me, was doing the job of a king, again, this idea of that, okay, he should have the title of king. He appealed to the Pope, who agreed that it seemed to be better that he, oh, I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
You deserve to be fired.
What?
You deserve to be fired.
Why? You're lucky there's even slides. I could just speak and make you do notes. You're lucky there's handout notes. I could just speak and make you have a blank sheet of paper.
Stop arguing!
All right, here we go. He has the power. Shh.
That shouldn't work!
Shh. He has the power that should be king rather than he who is falsely called so. That was a quote. Okay, basically saying, and we've already talked about this, okay, they were doing the king's job. Okay, so Pepin the Short said, hey, if I'm doing the king's job, I should be king. But the thing is, he didn't have the king's blood. He wasn't royalty by blood. Okay, he wasn't in the line of in lineage of any king. Okay, he wasn't crowned to be king. So we see that he wants to be king, but by blood and all these different things, he can't be. Okay, so he's going to build a strong relationship with religion, with the popes. Okay, remember at this time, the two people that had power were the church and the pope, and obviously kings or mayors of the palace. Okay, but we're going to see Pepin the Short build a relationship with these popes to allow him, his name is Pepin the Short, so that's what he's called.
I know, but you keep saying it, and I keep thinking you're Pippin walking.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help that. Okay, but in 751 AD, we're finally going to see a bishop presenting the pope that crowned Pepin king. So Pepin's finally done get what he wanted.
Who names their kid Pepe?
Shh.
Who looks at a kid and is like, Pepe?
I could say
I named my kid that.
I could say the same about Rick or Ricky.
Like
Yeah,
nicknames.
your name is just Rick.
Yeah.
It's just Rick.
It's true.
Just Rick. What? Rick's usually like a nickname, right? Yeah. Well, your name is
I have a
Carter?
middle name, but that's
All right. Shh. Okay, he finally got this, the approval of the Pope. Shh, quiet. Okay, by him getting the approval of the Pope, he was basically to all mankind, he was getting the approval of who? Okay, because everyone followed the Pope. They believed Pope was the blank, the man of blank.
Supreme authority. God.
God. So by the Pope giving Pepin and crowning Pepin, they said, hey, God is basically crowning Pepin as king. So that's how he's going to get the people to follow him. The next Pope also crossed the Alps and personally confirmed Pepin's coronation. Okay, he confirmed it by threatening excommunication for anyone who might try to overthrow him or his descendants. Okay, so not only do we have a Pope crowning him, we have another high leader and Pope, okay, traveling all this distance and saying, hey, if you don't follow, remember they're Pope, they're supposed to preach the Word of God, right? Teach about the Bible, okay, teach about the truth. Okay, but instead they're using a platform and saying, hey, you don't follow this king, this guy that we're crowning, you'll be excommunicated from our kingdom. Okay, you'll be other things might happen to you. You might be tortured, thrown in prison. Okay, you need to follow this man. So we see, obviously, the popes misusing their power. Okay, this is going to bring us a new group of kings. Okay, what was the last group we talked about under Clovis?
The Merovingians.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to say. Merovingians. Okay, and also, this is going to bring us to another group of kings, or lineage of kings, of Frankish kings, and this is called the Carolingians. Okay, Carolingians. Okay, I don't believe that's a note in your notes. Okay, just so you know, that is the line of Frankish kings. It's in your reading and also in your homework. The Pope had an ulterior motive in helping Pepin establish his authority. The papacy needed protection against the Lombards, which were Germanic people that we've talked about. And Pepin and his soldiers came to the Pope's aid in 756 AD. Shh, people on the left side of the room. And Gabby and Amethyst. Shh. Okay, during this time, the Franks defeated the Lombards and gave their land to central Italy to the Pope. Okay, this giving, Derek and Amethyst, shh, this giving of land from Pepin to the Pope is called the donation of Pepin, or also known as the Papal States. Okay, this is again land that Pepin conquered from the Lombards of northern Italy. I don't know why there's never an N at the end of them. Northern Italy that he gave to the Pope.
I'm naming my kid Pepe. Yeah, I'm naming my kid Pepe too. I'm naming my kid Pepe. Whoa.
Guys, starting to get too much talking again. Class is almost over. Please be quiet. We only have a few notes that we're doing today, and then we'll be done. 50. So 9 minutes. Yes, really. It's been like that all year. Okay, the alliance between the Frankish rulers and the papacy, okay, initiated by the conversion of Clovis and consummated by Pepin the Short. Okay, Clovis had started this relationship. Pepin enhanced the relationship. Okay, this was to influence the course of European history, not only during the Middle Ages, but well into the modern age. Okay, we still see how the Catholic, certainly in Europe, okay, not as much in America, but certainly in Europe, okay, how the Pope has a great influence. Okay, and the Catholic Church has a great influence over people. Okay, maybe not quite the same back in this day as it is today, but they still do have power, and we still see a little bit of that. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our next man that we're going to talk about, which is known as the greatest Carolingian king. Okay, was Pepin's son Charles. Okay, he was known as Charles the Great, but we might know him as Charlemagne. Charlemagne. Okay, he was the greatest Carolingian king. He's a descendant of Pepin. Okay, although he called himself a Christian king, okay, he was actually very cruel, and his reign was marked by almost 50 years of ceaseless war. Okay, he's known as Charles the Great because although there was a lot of war and he was cruel, okay, he was very victorious in a lot of things. He was strong. Okay, and there's a lot of stories that go into his lives that we're not going to really talk about. You might read in your homework. Okay, they're not really details you need to know for any test or quiz. Okay, but just know Charles, he came from Pepin, the descendants of Pepin the Short. Okay, he was known as Charles the Great, or translated, that's the definition, but he's known, his specific name is Charlemagne. He was a strong but ruthless king, again claiming that Christian king title so he could get the Pope and anyone that believed per se in the Catholic Church or God, they would follow him because like he would say, "Oh, I'm a Christian king, follow me." You know? Yes, sir.
The quiz or test, do I put Charlemagne or can we put Charles the Great?
Well, we'll study for when we have it, and then you'll know. There you go.
So we can't put both.
It's irrelevant right now. Okay, 68, talking about Charlemagne as conqueror. Okay, again, some of the stuff that would be in your reading. We're just going to go over some highlights. Okay, some things why he is known as Charles the Great and also a cruel ruler. Okay, he once massacred 4,500, I think that's supposed to be rebels, rebels, after they had surrendered. Okay, so he conquered these people. Sorry, I'm taking it away real quick. That's the whole point. Okay, these people surrendered. Okay, that's a lot of people. Okay, they surrendered. Okay, so whether they were captives or whether he let them stay in their town and said, okay, we're done fighting. And then he killed all of them. He massacred them.
That's a war crime.
Okay, he also conquered, as we already mentioned, the Lombards and proclaimed himself their king, adding their lands in northern Italy to his realm. Okay, so he really expanded their empire at this time. Put your spinning, what's it called, Jesse, again? I'm sorry. A dreidel. Put your dreidel away. Thank you, or else I'll have to take it.
I'm in love with my anime girl.
Shh, Douglas. No offense, but we don't care.
It's alright.
And that's weird. Okay, another thing he did, he led several expeditions, again, trying to grow his empire. Rick, please put your mask on. Sophia and Rick, please be quiet. Okay, he led several expeditions against the Muslims of the south of the Pyrenees and captured part of northern Spain. Wow, I really do that in every eastern, western, and northern, don't I?
You should have like autocorrect on.
I know, I do. That's the thing, I do.
What's wrong with you then?
It really is.
Just didn't know how to-
It disheartens me. Okay, and lastly, he spent, not years, oh my gosh. Mr. Coral, what are you doing these days, man? It is really time for Christmas break, isn't it? Okay, he spent 30 years conquering the Saxons. That was the last thing he did. Take your hood off, please. No hoods in class. Thank you, sir. Saxons, they were a group of people. Okay, we're not really learning about them right now, but they were also an empire during this time. Shh. We have 4 minutes and 2 more notes that we're doing. Okay, continuing with Charlemagne. He also defeated the Avars, or these are basically people from Asia, Asiatic nomads who had settled in the valley of Danube. Shh. 10th graders. Quiet. Shh. We're still in class, man. And I'm trying to be mean, but we got to finish these notes. We got this one and one more. Okay, he also set up protective provinces or marks. Ricky, you should be taking notes. Oh, that's a problem. You had notes. That means you either lost them or threw them away. Okay, you need to have your notes. Your grades show when you don't take notes. I can attest to that because I see everyone's grades. Okay, to act as a buffer state between his empire and its enemies. Okay, he made a lot of protections, castles, these things at this time. Okay, by the end of his reign, Charlemagne's empire was the largest in the West since the Roman Empire of AD 300. Okay, what are some things we're going to see? So we see what he did as Charles the Great, some great things. Okay, put your phone away. It's on the ground. Probably fell from your chair or your lap. It shouldn't even be out. I could take it because I see it. It depends what kind of pants you're wearing. That's what I said. It depends what kind of pants you're wearing. Those ones, maybe not. Okay, lastly, we're going to see again, he acted as a what kind of king? He said he was a Christian king. So we're going to see some things per se that he did as a religious leader. Okay, first, he considered his conquests as holy wars. We've seen this before. Basically say, hey, I'm conquering in the name of Jesus or God. Okay, is this true? No. No, it is not. Secondly, we see he built Roman churches wherever he conquered. Okay, he wanted to spread. Okay, if the Pope at this time Charlemagne ruled, he wants to not only spread his empire but put these churches in different places. It's kind of like little capitals for him. Okay, so people would follow his reign. Because remember, the Pope said, if you don't follow this person, you're excommunicated. There you go. Okay, we see people he defeated people often received the choice of death or public profession of Romanism. Okay, so it's basically, hey, you will obey our king and you will become Catholic or you die. So a lot of people, whether they believed it or not, would just say, hey, I accept. A lot of times, to show your conversion or to show that you believe in Romanism, they would baptize you. They would say, all right, you have to be baptized by the Pope. So crowds of people would be baptized to show that they would believe. Okay, and the last thing we're talking about today, he was also called leader of the Christian people and defender of the churches of Christ. His empire is known as the Christian Empire. Obviously, he wasn't very Christian at all. He used this as a political point and advantage. Okay, we see that. That's all we're talking about. The last thing we're talking about today. Okay, we'll learn a few more notes under Charlemagne, and then we'll continue on with some different rulers. We probably won't have a test before Christmas break, but we will have another quiz. What? Yes, homework. I'm going to announce it here in a second. I'm sorry. Okay, we will have a quiz next week. I'll try to get it by Wednesday. If not, it will be Thursday, and then we'll have, obviously, Christmas party on Friday. Okay, for homework.
Would you be down to play Fortnite?
Shh, we can't play Fortnite. At school. Oh, you mean just at home? In school, we can't. I mean, you can add me at home, and I'll play with you. Yeah, man. Okay, page 129. Page 129. Questions 1 through 9, odd. Questions 1 through 9, odd. Page 129. Questions 1 through 9, odd. All right, I'm going to go about a minute over class. Okay, a few of you have not turned in some things. Distant learners, this applies to you as well. Okay, Austin. Again, it might already be turned in here. I haven't checked this yet. Austin, I'm missing 2 homework assignments, page 114 and 124. Andrew, I'm missing page 114, questions 1 through 5. Jeremiah, I'm missing page 114, questions 1 through 5. Sophia, I'm missing your test. Again, if it's in here, okay, that needs to be turned in today, or else that is a 0. The test should have been turned in a long time ago, so I'm giving you a lot of grace on that. Okay, and then Lacey, I'm also missing page 114. Those who are distant learning, I also need your homework from today. That's due today. I need that turned in today. Make sure you get those turned in. Sadly, if they're not by today, I do have to give you a 0. Some of those grades could really affect your grades. Make sure you're turning everything in on time. If you guys have any questions, message me. Let me know if you have any questions. I can help you with that as soon as possible. We will see you again next week.
How about now? There we go. All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started here. We are on 219, which is on page 95 of your textbook, page 128 of your supplement. I forgot to include the add to proven statements yesterday. This was the last proof we left off with yesterday, so please make sure that you write this down if you haven't already. We're going to pick up here with Theorem 21 here in about 2-3 minutes, but I want to give you guys time to make sure that you guys get this done. So go ahead and get that written down if you haven't already. It should just be added to your proven statements list.
She's all getting together. That's a long one. Yeah, but that's not it. That ain't it. No, he broke it, but he gave us the Did you guys tell me to write this? Yes.
All right, again, we're on page 95 of our textbook, page 128 of our supplements. Let's talk about proving quadrilaterals are parallelograms. Theorem 21 states that if the opposite sides of a quadrilateral are equal, then the figure is a parallelogram. So we are given quadrilateral ABCD with AB equal to CD and AD equal to CB. And we're to prove that ABCD is a parallelogram. We are on page 128 where your proof is done for you. So let's talk through it. We have our given. We draw AC to be able to create a couple triangles. 2 points determine a line allows us to do that. We have AC equal to CA.
So whenever we want to draw like a line like that inside of a shape, is 2 points determine a line like our go-to sort of?
Yeah, basically. If you're just connecting two dots, that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
By identity, AC equals itself. So by side, 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 we have two congruent triangles. Then by CPCTE, angle M equals angle S, angle R equals angle N. We have two straight lines cut by a transversal forming equal alternate interior angles, so therefore they are parallel. So AB must be parallel to DC and AD is parallel to BC. So by definition, a parallelogram, this is one. Okay?
This is one points to it.
So that's one way we can prove that they are parallelograms is by seeing if opposite sides are equal, not while I'm teaching.
Is Jess about to go kill Dudley?
All right, Theorem 22. If two sides of a quadrilateral are equal and parallel, then a figure is a parallelogram. So we are saying AB is equal to CD and AB is parallel to BC, I mean DC. Why did we change the direction of that all of a sudden? Okay, whatever. That's what the book did. I don't care. ABCD is a parallelogram. So we have our quadrilateral with our given. We draw AC because 2 points determine a line. Notice this is the exact same diagram, just with some stuff removed. Let me see here. Angle BAC is equal to angle DCA because two parallel lines cut by transversal form equal alternate interior angles. Because I'm told parallel, I can go the other way and prove the angles congruent that way.
Are all parallel
Somewhat, yeah. All right, and then AC equals CA by identity. So then we have two congruent triangles by SAS. By CPCTE, angle R equals angle S. So then AD is parallel to BC because we have two straight lines cut by transversal forming equal alternate interior angles. So because AD is parallel to BC and we were given AB is parallel to DC, it's a parallelogram because definition. Okay, so that's another way is if you have a pair of sides and that are equal and parallel, that also works. So two pairs of sides that are equal, one pair that's equal and parallel. And Theorem 23 states that if the diagonals of a quadrilateral bisect each other, the figure is a parallelogram. So we have quadrilateral ABCD with diagonals AC and BD intersecting at O with AO equal to CO and BO equaling DO. We're to prove that this is a parallelogram. Again, the proof is in your supplement on page 130. So we have our given angle AOB is equal to angle COD because vertical angles are equal, which gives us two congruent triangles by SAS. So then by CPCTE, AB is equal to CD and CDO is equal to ABO. Because of the equal angles, we have parallel lines. Because we have parallel lines, we have a parallelogram by definition.
Oh my gosh. Because you have parallel lines, you have a parallelogram.
Yeah, hence the name. All right. So those are the three theorems that you guys need to make sure you know. You guys need to really, really, really know your methods of how to prove a parallelogram is a parallelogram. Hint. I'm just trying to look at you guys in general. Like hint. Hint, hint, hint. You should know all the methods of how to prove a parallelogram is a parallelogram. There's actually 6. We've only talked about 3 so far. Yeah, and then there's also definition. And then,
Get back in here. What?
guys,
Avery's one of the 10th graders now. It's like,
No, she's not.
she's one of the 10th graders.
She was originally in 8th grade, but you're giving her too high of a position.
Yeah, she's more mature than everyone.
all right.
She's not more mature, she doesn't talk about it.
She's more mature than me.
Okay, so you actually have a 4th method in addition to those 3 by now, and that's, definition of parallelogram. Okay, so there's your 4 out of 6. We'll talk about 2 more in the upcoming sections, but again, hint, 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 hint. Okay, as in, I just wrote your quiz, and this is definitely on there. Okay.
You've already written it?
Yeah.
You planned ahead?
Okay, all my stuff, all my quizzes and tests are written through next week. Which sounds like I'm way more ahead than I am, but it's just because I know we're getting new copiers in. And so, I'm going to have to go around and set all that up. So,
You rewrite the test, doesn't that, or you write your own test, doesn't that mean you just change the format?
Dude, we already exposed him a long time ago.
Okay, I can make adjustments as needed or as desired. That's the main thing. That's all I'm going to say about it. All right, we're moving on. Exercise 2.19, number 6. You guys have this on page 131 of your supplement. Page 131 of your supplement. We're going to cover this and then be done for the day. So prove that if the guys,
Sorry. You gave us good
we'll get done faster if you stop interrupting me. What?
You gave us good news and you're not going to
Prove that if the midpoints of the sides of a parallelogram are joined in order, another parallelogram is formed. So I have parallelogram ABCD with midpoints E, F, G, and H joined consecutively. We're to prove that EFGH is a parallelogram. Okay? Huh? They are. I'm pretty sure. I think so. Don't quote me on that. I actually think those are actually legit the midpoints. It looks funky. All right. So we have our given number 2. We know that opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal. So what am I saying here? Whoops. Aside from I need my.
E equals CB. Is there more to that? I said AD. Oh, I said AB equals DB. What? Nothing that we said.
AB is equal to CD. BC equals DA. By opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal. Now, by definition of midpoint, this is a long one, so just, I got it. I'm just going to fill this one in. All right, we have AE equals BE. We have BF equal, whatever, that's just enough, is equal to CF. We have CG equal to DG, and we have DH equaling AH. Now,
It's just all the sides, am I right?
yeah. Number 4 then.
Wait. Halves? Right? Is that halves?
Yes. Halves of equals are equal is our reason. So what we're going to do here, actually, anyone want to take a stab at it?
Okay, I know what to do. Oh, sorry. Wait, hey! Okay, fine. Okay, so it's AE equals BG, and basically, like, everything that's across from each other.
Oops, my pencil broke again. Look at that, babe, a bit more.
But I want to say it all the way. AE equals DG, GC equals EB.
Okay, you are very close. For the proof, we want a different set of things. So you are absolutely 100% on the right track.
AE equals GC.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to use, okay, so I'm just going to write it the way I have it. AE equals CG. We have BE equals DG. We have BF equals DH. And CF equaling AH.
You're just having them go to the diagonal across.
Yes.
Right? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Before I thought
because
that was
do you see how we have? Do you see how we've made this triangle and this triangle, and then we have also I'm going to use red, I guess. This triangle and this triangle. So we want to prove them congruent because then we can prove the bases are also equal. Okay, so that's kind of the idea of what we're going with here.
now we can do all the pairs of angles, right?
All right, number 5. Yeah, angle A equals angle C, and angle B equals angle D. So in so doing, we have side angle side because I proved AH equal to CF. I have proved AE equal to CG. So notice that these two triangles are then congruent. So we have triangle, what do I have? AEH is congruent to triangle CGF. And then, because we did also prove this angle equal to this angle.
Oh, it's a little long one.
All right, and then we also did prove that,
Wait, so does 6 have more to it than what it's on there, or no?
yeah, I still have a little more. And then we proved that BE is equal to DG. We proved that BF is equal to DH. Yeah, tick marks are actually Roman numerals. I don't know if you guys knew that. That's why I went to 4. BF equals DH. And then we proved then that B is equal to D in that previous statement. So either way, we have side angle side. I'm sorry, what?
How come you started using 2 marks instead of 1 mark?
Because you increment, so that way it's each pair, yeah.
I missed where the other line was because the red covered it, sorry.
Yeah. BFE is congruent then to triangle DHG.
So have we just proven that everything is equal basically on the entire thing?
What that's going to let us do, yeah, basically. What that's going to let us do, though, is now by CPCTE, I can say then that this equals this and this equals this. So we have EH equal to GF and EF equal to GH by CPCTE. So finally, if opposite sides of a quadrilateral are equal, it is a parallelogram. So that means we have EFGH is a parallelogram.
Guys, I'm a wild card.
All right, on the next 2 pages, you guys see homework 2.19. Consider that officially assigned at this point. I'll give you guys more information about a due date as we get closer to it. But that's going to be where we leave off. No. Unless I decide to go ahead and make like your homework so far due Wednesday of next week or something. Yes.
For the second one, can we just put the above or given, or because it didn't like say what the given was, we have to list it?
If it doesn't say what the given was, you have to list it.
Is over now?
All right. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I make any announcements that need to be made. All right. Next week we will cover 220 over Monday and Tuesday. It's just a section of miscellaneous proofs. It's actually the name of the section. They just named it miscellaneous. And then Wednesday you will have quiz 15 over 217 through 220. So make sure you know all the different ways that you can prove parallelograms congruent. Over 217 through 220. Basically everything since the last test. All right. Any other questions? Yeah. All right. Any other questions relevant to the material?
No.
All right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Do you think? Don't you think that science
Okay. Class. 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 Doug. Okay, so let me just kind of give you a bird's eye picture of what's gonna, Adrian. Okay. A bird's eye picture of what we still have to do. We're on lesson 54 today. Shh, quiet, please. We still have 54, 55, and 50, 57 to do. 56 and 57. So now, here's what I would like to do. And in order to do this, we got to change a few things. Besides what's on the missing worksheet, and DL's, you're not on that sheet, so you just need to get your stuff completed and get turned in, okay? Gentlemen, the assignments and I haven't even looked what's in the tray yet, okay? So I haven't even touched those yet. What we have left to do as far as assignments is I haven't graded 6-1, so if you don't have 6-1 turned in yet, you need to get that. 6-2's coming up. Well, 6-2 should have been last night's, but I postponed it. 6-2, 6-3, and 6-4. Okay, so basically those 4 assignments for the section reviews. Okay? We do have quiz 11 and 12 to do yet, and our test, and then you need to turn in chapter 6 notes. Okay? So there's still a chunk of things to do. Some of it we're going to do all together, so it's not necessarily on you. And that's next week. Next Wednesday and Thursday, we're planning to do the test. It's chapters 5 and chapter 6. It will be open book. And DLs, you've already received those. You've already received your quizzes. So next week, just work on those when we have the appropriate days, okay? And then, so here with the section reviews, I'm jumping around, I don't mean to. Here's what I would like, I'm just going to put it on your shoulders, okay? By next Wednesday, okay? 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, and 6-4 need to be turned in by next Wednesday, okay? So however, if you want to do it early, fine. If you want to wait till we get the notes done, fine. My plan is with the notes is if we can, because my computer is still down, so I've got to do things verbally, so that could help us in expediting the notes. That's what I would like to do. If we can get more than one lesson or at least partial of another one done, it's just going to expedite the notes. And what I would like to do is at least maybe on Tuesday, let you guys have a recap day, okay? To where you can take that day and get everything that you haven't gotten done, get it done before the test, okay? That's what I would like to do. So in order to do that, we just got to move along today and Monday, okay? And get as much done as we can, if not all of it, okay? So you on board with me on that? Will that work for you? Okay. 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, and 6-4 all due by next Wednesday. Okay? But go ahead and turn it in early if you've got it, and that way you don't have to worry about it. Quiz 11, quiz 12, and test 4, we'll do those next week. Okay? Okay. Let's get into lesson 54 today and see what we can get accomplished. Okay? Nope. Yep. Yeah, I know it's been a pain in the rear for 2 days, but oh well. Okay, lesson 54, that's page 9 of your notes. Down at the bottom, 6.3, heat as energy. Okay, some general facts that are relating to this. Okay, follow along. Number 1, thermodynamics. That's the branch of physics that deals with thermal energy, heat, and their relationships to other forms of energy and energy transfer. I got thermodynamics. You want to check that? You want to check that on the note in the book? I thought it was thermal, but maybe I just thought that.
Wait, is this number one?
Am I right? Okay.
Is this number one?
Yes. Yeah. There isn't a thermodynamics.
I think
Yes.
thermal like M-A-L.
Okay. Thermodynamics is number one. Quickly. Number two, thermodynamics comes from two Greek words. A, theme, which means heat, and dynamics, which means power. So heat, power. That's thermodynamics. Okay? Then with with all this, you have number three, a system. That's the matter or portion of the universe that's being studied. Okay, a system. System is a living cell. Could be a living cell. Could be parts of an engine. Could be the sun and other bodies of the solar system. Those are just three examples. But a system is the area or region of whatever that's being studied. And then, number four, hopefully I'm not going too fast for you, DLs. I'm basing that upon what they're doing here. So if they're not asking me to slow down, then I'm assuming you guys are with me too. Number four would be the surroundings. Surroundings is the entire universe except the system. So everything involving or surrounding the system. Okay? Surroundings.
On 3?
4. 3 was system. System. Yeah, S-Y-S-T-E-M. Jesse?
What was A and B?
Heat and power.
Oh my gosh, guys.
3 was system. Okay? Okay. Page 10. The first law of thermodynamics. Rumford and Mayer's discovery. Until about the 1850s, most scientists believed that heat was caloric. Caloric. C-A-L-O-R-I-C. Caloric is just an invisible and weightless fluid. Caloric. Weightless fluid that entered an object being heated and left an object that was being cooled. That's how they viewed it. Benjamin Thomas, or Count Rumford, is credited for the establishment of the idea that heat cannot be a material substance. Okay? It's an energy. And that's what he's getting at. So during the boring of cannons, okay, the boring of the drilling out of the middle of the cannons, he realized that the cannons and the shavings grew very hot. Okay? This led him to conclude that the thermal energy is a form of mechanical motion. So because of the motion, it's creating the friction. The friction was creating the heat. So through his discovery, scientists came to accept the mechanical theory of heat, which is the basis for the science of thermodynamics. Okay. Then you have Julius Robert von Mayer. He was one of the first scientists to clearly state the first law of thermodynamics. Mayer considered mechanical energy, heat, and chemical energy to be equivalent and interchangeable. So he published The Correlation and Conservation of Forces, or a series of expositions. That was his book. He stated that in this book, forces once in existence cannot be annihilated. It can only annihilated. Yes, thank you. Yes. it can only change its form. Okay? So it can't, well, and we talked about that earlier, that energy never disappears, it just changes form. Okay? Then we have Joule's experience, number 2, experiments. James, letter A, James Prescott Joule. If you want to put just James Joule, that's fine, but you'll see his whole name later. James Prescott Joule experimented with heating water by measuring the amount of mechanical energy needed to raise the temperature of a certain quantity of water by a certain number of degrees. Okay, so through this, he was the first to measure the mechanical equivalent of heat. The mechanical equivalent of heat, which is the relationship between mechanical energy and heat. Okay, so letter B was mechanical equivalent of heat. So through his work, letter C, he helped to establish the first law of thermodynamics. First law of thermodynamics, which states energy gained or lost by a system is equal to the energy lost or gained by its surroundings. And that's why surroundings and energy, or surroundings and system, can't be the same. System, surrounding is everything around something, not the something. Okay? Adrian? Mechanical equivalent of heat. Okay? So that was the first law of thermodynamics. If it's gained, it's going to be lost someplace else. If it's lost, it's going to be gained someplace else. That's the first law. Second law of thermodynamics. Number 1. We have 3 gentlemen here at 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 is, I say Sadi, S-A-D-I. Sadi, Sadi? Sadie. Wouldn't that be 2 D's though? Sadi? Sadie would be 1 and Sadi would be 2. Okay, yeah. Sadie Carnot. Carnot. C-A-R-N-O-T. It's a French name. Carnot. Carnot. If I could speak in French, it would be Carnot. Okay. Huh? What? Where are you at? Number 1? Sadie, S-A-D-I. Carnot, C-A-R-N-O-T. Okay. He was a French solar scientist who published Reflections on the Motive Power of Heat, which allowed him to be considered the founder of the science of thermodynamics. Carnot's research concluded that mechanical energy can be produced from thermal energy, okay, as heat flows from a high temperature source to a low temperature source. But keep in mind, it's just being transferred from one to another. So, Carnot developed the Carnot engine, C-A-R-N-O-T engine. That was just a theoretical device that would generate the maximum possible amount of work from a given amount of heat. The Carnot engine. Okay? We good? Number 2. Rudolf, the red-nosed reindeer. No, Rudolf Clausius. Rudolf Clausius. C-L-A-U-S-I-U-S. Clausius. He was a, Clausius? C-L-A-U-S-I-U-S. Adrian? Question?
Last name's at the bottom right.
You just got what?
The last name's at the bottom right.
Yeah, his last name's on the bottom now.
True. Okay. under number 3. Now, Rudolph was a German physicist who discovered that heat cannot flow from a cold object to a warm object, okay, without causing some other kinds of changes. So therefore, a warm house will not get warmer if its doors are left open to the cold, cooler air outside. And that's why you always hear this phrase, we aren't heating the outside, so please close the door. Okay? So thermal energy can be transferred from a colder object to a warmer object, but it would require another form of energy. So there has to be some kind of change to get it there. Number 3, William Thomson, no P. William Thomson, Thomson. He was an English physicist who discovered this principle before hearing of Clausius. Thomson, he built a device that will completely convert thermal energy into mechanical energy. So, page 11, number 4, Clausius and Thomson discovered the second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics, which is natural processes tend to go only one way, toward less usable energy and greater disorder, okay, which is the law that implies that the universe is not improving, but it is instead running down, and that is called entropy. So the second law of thermodynamics deals with entropy, which leads us into the next category, entropy. Yes, Jesse?
About what period were these people alive?
Well, if we go back, who was it? Rumford was 1850, so we're after that. Okay, so maybe, well, obviously the late 1800s. I think this was all developed before even the 1900s.
So
Okay.
honestly, this is fairly recent material compared to all of world history, which is roughly 6,000 years. We've only known about a lot of sciencey stuff for the last 200, which is a very small portion of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, entropy, but good question, good thought. Never looked at it from that perspective. Entropy, that's increasing disorder. Okay, so now letter number 1A would be entropy. That's a measure of the amount of disorder in the system. Entropy. 1A, entropy. Adrian. Entropy. Now 1A. E, it's right there in, it's right there in bold. You saw Clausius, but you can't see entropy?
I know.
I know. Oh, Adrian. Okay, let's keep going. You guys, hey, you guys are doing a great job. Shh, hey, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you. But let's keep going. Now, this under increasing disorder, all natural processes tend to increase entropy. Okay, there's got to be a disorder. Okay, it's like cleaning your room. You got to mess the room up to get it clean.
The room doesn't ever get clean.
Okay. 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 Yeah, you got to make a mess to get it clean. Okay, that's entropy type idea. Okay.
Like your room's clean, your mom's like, oh, clean your room. It's like, it's already clean, she just goes in there, just touches it.
Okay. Now, so if your parents ever want you to, hey, Gabby, if your parents ever want you to do something, okay, I'm not going to say that they're doing, I'm just hypotheticals right here. If your parents are wanting you to do something or wanting you to get out of their hair for a little bit, They may go into your room, cause entropy, so that you have something to do.
Like that's what my dad and mom do. That walk through the field.
That is so true. No, I only clean my room, and if I don't vacuum, my mom can tell, and she'll be like, "You didn't vacuum your room." And I'm like in the car, waiting, and she'll go and check my room and come back out to the car and be like, "You did not do you vacuum your room."
Just a curiosity question. Hey, just a curiosity question. DLs, I can't see your hand at this point, but
They could comment.
how many of your parents have ever done the white glove inspection to you? Oh, I love it.
My mom's great. Like I can like be in my room cleaning all day, and then like she finds one in my room, and then she's like dirty. So,
Oh, I never. Okay.
oh my god. Dude, my mom's like,
Now.
I was like finishing like getting some recipe, and she's like,
Hey, Doug, Gabby, quit causing entropy. Yes. Gabby.
Gabby.
Turn around. Shh. Hey, 10th grade. Shh. Guys. Okay. That was me creating entropy. Okay. Let's go down to number 2. Perpetual motion. 2A. Perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion machine. That's just a machine that would generate its own energy once set into motion. Okay?
Like Stanford Pines in the side project, the perpetual motion machine. Remember that one?
Okay. Now, perpetual motion cannot exist because the second law of thermodynamics guarantees that for every action there's a loss of useful energy and an increase in disorder. Okay, well, here's some examples of that. Shh, guys. When a car uses its brakes to stop, its kinetic energy is converted to thermal energy by the friction and then is displaced into the air. Okay? So it's not creating more energy. Although the energy still exists, because energy is conserved, it's no longer available to move the car. Okay? So perpetual motion can't happen. Here's some impossible inventions that happen. The gravity-powered overbalanced wheel. And I would have had pictures on this. It's the swinging of the arms to which the spheres are attached, supposedly redistributing the weight. Okay? And you might have it in your books. Can't remember. The wheel will reach a point at which torque is in both directions are balanced. So eventually, the energy that's created will wear out and therefore won't allow it to go any further. Or you have what's called the self-powered pump. This is the falling water will allow more water to be pumped to the top. Okay? The device should continue operating forever. It will stop because the laws of thermodynamics require that the pumping of the water to a height where it can fall on the water wheel requires more energy than the wheel can get from the falling water. So back in the olden days, they used to build these wheels on rivers, okay, that would pump the water up for whatever they need. Eventually, that energy, there wasn't enough water being converted or used to keep that wheel going. Okay? So eventually it just slowed down and eventually it ended up stopping until it got another boost of energy somehow. Question? What was 2A? Perpetual motion machine. Okay, so there's 6-3 homework right there. So 6-2, 6-3 is up for grabs right now. Let's go on. We got about 15 minutes left of this hour. See what we can get done. Lesson 55, page 12. Austin. Question? Okay. Heat, 6.4, heat and changes of state. Okay? General facts. Number 1, the 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. Okay, shh. Number 2, the kinetic theory of matter, Adrian. An object's state depends largely upon its temperature. Okay? And number 3, okay, quiet. Energy added to matter can cause the substance to change from a solid to a liquid, from a solid to a liquid, from a liquid to a gas, and from a solid directly to a gas, yes. Okay, so first blank, a solid to a liquid, second blank, from a liquid to a gas, and third blank, a solid directly to a gas. On number 3? A solid directly to a gas. Huh? A solid directly to a gas. That's third blank.
Hey, Mr. Brown, it's 12:30.
Yeah, it is not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Okay, number 3. Energy added to a matter can cause the substance to change from a solid to a liquid. Page 12, general facts, number 3.
Still doesn't match up.
You with me? Okay. Second, from a liquid to a gas. That's the second blank on number 3. There's 3 different blanks. First one was a solid to a liquid. Second, you ready? You ready?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Okay.
Okay, solid to liquid, that's the first one. Okay, the next one, then liquid to gas. The last one is solid to gas.
Thanks, Amethyst. Okay, next category, melting and freezing. Number 1 would be melting, or what's also called fusion. That's the changing of a solid to a liquid. Okay. The temperature at which melting occurs is the melting point. So 1, melting, and then melting point. Okay? Number 2 would be freezing. That's the changing of a liquid into a solid. And therefore the temperature at which freezing occurs is called the freezing point. Okay. Number 3. You with me? Austin, we're good? Good? Okay. 3A. This is the freezing point depression, and that is number A, or letter A. Freezing point depression. This is the phenomena of the freezing point of a liquid being lowered by the addition of solutes, or substances that dissolve in a liquid.
How do you spell solute?
SOLUTES.
I drink it all the time. What goes through my veins?
Okay, 3A. Listen up. 3A was freezing point depression. And then the second blank was solutes, SOLUTES. Okay? For example, antifreeze can be added to water to lower its freezing point.
I drink antifreeze all the time.
Okay? That's Mountain Dew.
Oh. Imagine that you can like actually power a car. Imagine
Okay, the antifreeze gets in the way of water molecules, makes it more difficult for them to come together and cohere. So that's why in engines you have to add your antifreeze, otherwise the engine's going to freeze up. Or, the second example, quiet, salt's often used in winter to melt ice on public roads and melt the ice. Okay? Number 4, latent heat. Letter A, once a solid reaches its melting point, its temperature will not change until all the solid has melted, no matter how much heat is added. Letter B, the temperature does not rise because all of its thermal energy absorbed is used to loosen the cohesion between molecules. So that leads us to letter C, latent heat. That's the hidden heat absorbed or released when a substance undergoes a change of state. Latent refers to something that is present but not visible. Number 2, as a solid changes into a liquid, the molecules of the solid absorb thermal energy so that they can speed up. And then 3, their greater energy enables the molecules to overcome the strong cohesive forces between them, allowing them to assume the characteristics of that solid. Letter D, heat of fusion. Heat of fusion. Letter C was latent heat. L-A-T-E-N-T, yeah, heat. And D is heat of fusion. This is the latent heat required to change a given mass of a solid into a liquid without changing its temperature. We're not going to look at 6.2 chart just to save us some time. So example of this, a thoroughly stirred mixture of ice and water in a container will have a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? Number 2, page 13. If the mixture is heated, we find that no matter how much heat is added, the temperature of the mixture remains 0 degrees until the last piece of ice is melted. Okay? Melting 1 gram of ice at 0 degrees to form 1 gram of liquid water at 0 degrees requires 334 joules of heat to overcome the cohesion of the ice molecules. And after the ice has melted, only 4.18 joules of heat per gram are required to raise the temperature. So for a liquid water to become ice, it must lose its latent heat. And then G, to freeze, a substance must lose latent heat required or equal to the heat of fusion. Every gram of water gives off 334 joules of heat when it freezes and forms ice. So therefore, when the thermal energy of liquid water is thus reduced, its molecules cohere and they form the solid. Okay? Okay, based upon my clock, we only have about 4 minutes left of class, so I'm going to stop right there.
Wait, but there's only a little bit of notes left. If we went to, we could do number 1 in evaporation and condensation, and then the other 3.
I think we can finish it all on Monday, to be honest.
Finish it all in the next 5 minutes. I'm just saying.
Okay, next class period, is that what you said?
No, right now.
Nah, I don't want to rush through it. Okay, we'll finish the notes on Monday, okay? And then Tuesday we'll have a recap day, or at least that's the plan. And so we're going to stop right there. DLs, thanks for tuning in. Have a wonderful weekend of latent heat, or heat of fusion. Watch the surroundings, because the surroundings aren't involved in the system, which is you. It's the surrounding air. So we'll see you on Monday. But are we going to see you on Monday? Because isn't that going to be Sunday? Or will that be Tuesday? Okay. See you guys later. Have a great day.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and get started. We have a quiz, and then you guys have a workday. Gentlemen, let's make sure we're not talking. Thank you. Listen. Austin, I've asked you once. Be quiet. Adrian, be quiet and sit down. Now. Adrian. Isaac. I don't care. Let's stop distracting the class. And let's listen for a minute. You guys have quiz 11 over 3.6. Okay. You guys have review of two variable linear equations on pages 121 to 122 due Monday. So that is tonight's homework. So once you guys are done with the quiz, you're welcome to work on that. Okay. It is blue assigned, non-blue bonus. All right. Also coming up, make sure that you guys remember you have test 3 coming up Wednesday, Thursday of next week, which will be over chapters 1 through 3, but it will be open book. All right. Any questions? All right, distance learners, that's it. I'm not coming back on. There's just a quiz, and then it's a review day. So do your quiz, do your homework. Don't know what else to tell you. Real quick note, distance learners, about your quiz. Online, the quiz may or may not grade it correctly based on auto matching. Okay, it will try. However, until I go through and grade it, your grade is not official. So don't freak out if you put something that's really close to the answer. If it's correct, I'll give you the points. So I just want to mention that because I've already had one person really concerned about that today. So which I would be too. I just want to mention that to you guys. I will go back through and double check the computer's grading. I don't just rely on it. It just speeds up time for ones it finds correct. I don't have to check. So it's one of those situations. So I always check whatever it marks wrong to make sure that it is in fact wrong. All right, I will see you guys later, and have a good day.
Okay, for my online students, hopefully you can hear me, but I need you, if you didn't get my email with your country and the instructions for your video, I do need you to send me a text with your email. I'm going to give you my number. So my number is 770-742-1388, okay? So 770-742-1388, okay? So if you didn't get my email, I think only Giselle, Juvia, Lacey, and I think it's Andrew that I send the email to, because those are the only people that I have emails of. So if you don't have if you don't get the email, please make sure you text me your email as soon as possible so I can send you all the information. And like I said, it's 770-742-1388, okay? So go ahead and text me you guys' email. Okay. Miss Willis. Because technically that is what you're going to be saying.
What if we say something like different?
That's satisfying.
Your summary should be like your guide to what you're going to be saying. So if you're going to be saying it in Spanish, then you need to have it in Spanish, okay? I won't grade as hard in Spanish. This is what we'll do. Have it in English and translate it to Spanish, okay? Yeah, translate it to Spanish. Use Google Translator or any like other translator that it's on the internet.
We were gonna have me speak and Gabby be like the translator. So I'm gonna say
Okay? As creative as you can make it, that's perfectly fine for me.
Gabby, instead of having you do the work of translating.
The slides, have them the same way, English and Spanish. Okay, everyone take a seat. You have a verse quiz.
Hey.
Take out a piece of paper.
Guys, I have a fat ton of coins in this secret pocket.
Is that your piggy bank?
It's only like
Guys, come on. Go ahead and sit down. Let's review our verse. Lucas 2:11. Okay, Lucas 2:11, everyone. Que os ha nacido hoy en la ciudad de David un Salvador que es Cristo el Señor. Okay?
these tops are amazing. Thank you. Look at this top Jesse gave us.
I know. What the heck? Yours is colored?
Yeah, don't steal it.
Let me see.
Everyone's been stealing it. Just run.
Wow, this one's really cool.
I know, I stole it from Avery. Actually, Avery never had it. We fought over it.
Okay, clear your desk.
Dude, I can't find my paper. What the heck?
Clear your desk. And go ahead and start, okay?
I don't care what happens to this paper. This morning, it was in my bag. I opened my bag and I'm like, oh, hey, this is my Spanish paper. I'll have it ready. Now it's not here.
Disappear magically. Okay, not yet. Write your verse. Lucas 2:11. Yeah. Lucas 2:11. Are those tomatoes?
No, they're my
Oh. Derek, where's your paper? Get a piece of paper and start writing your verse. Is this all of yours?
No, that's not mine. This is mine. Wait, is Lucas what?
Okay, let's sing our song. Next Wednesday, I'm gonna make a video, okay, of all you guys singing, okay? It's gonna be beautiful. Is that a quiz?
Thank you for showing that.
No, okay.
What did you show?
Yes, I'm gonna post it in every social media, and I'm gonna say I'm so proud of my Spanish students from Calvary Christian. No. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Campana sobre campana y sobre campana una. Asómate a la ventana, verás al niño en la cuna. Belén, campanas de Belén, que los ángeles tocan, que nuevas me traes. Belén, campanas de Belén, que los ángeles tocan, que nuevas me traes. Okay. Adrian, those are not the words. Okay. At the end of the song, listen. At the end of the song, we're gonna say. Stop. Okay, I'm talking. So at the end of the song, you're gonna say Feliz Navidad. Okay? Feliz Navidad. No, not the song. Just Feliz Navidad. Yes. Yes, this is going to be a grade for you guys, okay?
We're starting like 2 hours.
Huh?
When are you gonna record it?
Wednesday.
Wednesday we're getting recorded?
Yes. Okay? Oh, you guys sound so cute. And then, Feliz Navidad. Okay? Perfect. That sounded wonderful. Okay, go to page 45, please.
Can I get a new paper? It has damage.
Oh, I wonder how that happened.
You dropped it.
I wonder. No, it was your fault.
I accidentally squeezed it.
You actually went like this. Okay, page 45. Everyone, go to page 45 in your books. Okay, on Tuesday of next week, Gavi and Amethyst, that's enough. On Tuesday of next week, we're going to have a quiz over the vocabulary words that are, let me see, from page, where are the months? Yes, Tuesday. Tuesdays, we're from page 36 to the one on, I think it's 48, okay? 36 to 48.
There's nothing on 48. Wait.
Yes, 48. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to make this super easy for you on the month ones. On the month, I'm going to have the exact same pictures that they have in your book, okay? So the exact same pictures you'll see in your quiz. So just like, yeah, all those pictures, I'm going to put it exactly the same, and you just have to fill in the blanks, okay? For the month. For the months, okay? Yes. Starting at page 36. I think that's where the months are. 36.
Yeah, or 37.
37?
Yeah.
Okay, starting from page 37. Okay?
On Monday, I kind of want to do, it's kind of like a game, but not so much a game. But I'm going to give everyone some flashcards with some questions and some answers. So what we're going to do, it's like, I'll be like, Gabby, stand and read one of your questions. Someone in the classroom will have the answer to your question, okay? So they have to get it right. They have to understand what you're asking, obviously. And whoever answers it will get something from me, okay? I'll bring you a treat, okay?
Can you bring me Randy's white bands?
Okay. Go to page 45. Let's read them in English in numerical order. Okay, let's ready begin. Well, poorly, carefully, rapidly, clearly, correctly, together, alone, aloud, and softly. Okay, go to page 46. Page 46. I'm going to read them first, then you'll read them with me, okay? Number 1, bien, mal, con cuidado, 46. Rápidamente, number 4. 5 is claramente. No, not yet. Number 6, correctamente. Juntos, solo, en voz alta y en voz baja. Okay? Read them with me now, okay? Do not say that. Okay, number 1. Bien, mal, con cuidado, rápidamente.
I'm so sorry. I really fell.
Everyone with me.
I'm so sorry.
Page 46. Okay? Con bien, mal, con cuidado, rápidamente, claramente, correctamente, juntos, solo, en voz alta y en voz baja. Okay? I'm going to say them in English, you say them in Spanish. Okay? I'll say them in English, you answer me in Spanish. Stop. Okay? I'll say them in English, you say them in Spanish. Number 1, well. Poorly.
Wait, is it mal means like, wait, was there like ill? Was it mal?
It could be ill, it could be bad, or it can be poorly. Okay? It could be a lot of things. But in this one, they're using poorly, okay? Carefully. Rapidly. Clearly. Correctly. Together. Alone. Aloud. Softly. Okay.
The person on the tightrope, like that is incredible. Their body.
Alone. What is alone? Together. Correctly. Softly. Aloud. Poorly. Well. Carefully. Rapidly. Okay, let's read them one more time. I say them in English, you say them in Spanish, okay? Well. Poorly. Carefully. Rapidly. Clearly. Correctly. Together. Alone. Aloud. And softly. Okay, those are como de esta manera, así, okay? Basically, it's like, oh, how do you do that? Or how did he do that? Oh, he did it this way. He did it the right way. He did it well. He did it poorly. So this is what they're talking about, okay? ¿Cómo lo hizo? Oh, lo hizo muy bien. Okay, lo hizo bien. Lo hizo mal. Okay? Shh. Douglas. Lo hizo con cuidado. Lo hizo, digamos, ¿Cómo? Rápidamente. Let's say he ran. No, let's see. He ran rapidly, or you would say fast. I don't think you would use rapidly, but corrió rápidamente, ¿ok? O el árbol se cayó rápidamente, ¿ok? So that's how we would use it in just asking how did it do it, or cómo lo hizo, or lo hizo, and then you answer lo hizo. Okay, it's basically asking cómo, and the answer is your vocabulary words. Okay, page 47. Okay, let's read the words in English. Why, and it says because. Okay, let's read the why and because. Ready? Begin. It's good. It's it's easy. It's hard.
It's important. It's interesting. It's necessary. It's fun. It's helpful. It's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm gonna read them in Spanish for you. Okay. Number 1 es bueno. 2 es malo. 3 es fácil. 4 es difícil. 5 es importante. 6 es interesante. 7 es necesario. 8 es divertido. 9 es útil. 10 es ridículo. Okay? Now let's say them all together in Spanish, okay? Number 1, starting with number 1. Es bueno, es malo, es fácil, es difícil, es importante, es interesante, es necesario, es divertido, es útil, es ridículo. Okay? So, why do we learn Spanish? It's importante. Or why do we learn math?
No es necesario, es ridículo.
Sí, es
ridículo. Es ridículo. Es ridículo. No es necesario para nada.
Okay? It's not ridiculous, okay? No es ridículo. Es muy importante y es muy necesario, okay? Es necesario y es importante, okay? So those are the kind of ways you would use this vocabulary. Like, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué comes? Amethyst? ¿Por qué comes?
What is, I don't know that word.
No, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué?
Why?
Ajá. Comes. ¿Por qué comes?
I'm not really sure what comments is, but I'm looking
Eat. Why do you eat? ¿Por qué comes?
so that I can eat my feelings.
No.
Sometimes I have hard days.
No. Answer me with your vocabulary ones.
Mom. Poorly. Why do you eat?
You eat because you're bad?
Yeah.
No. ¿Por qué comes? Porque es necesario. Es necesario, okay? Ricky.
It's fun, Daddy.
¿Por qué?
Because wait, I know why I eat importante.
Good job. Es importante. Ricky, ¿por qué duermes? Why do you sleep? ¿Por qué duermes? Why do you sleep?
Because I hate my life and sleeping is more interesting.
Porque es necesario y ¿por qué más? Give me another one. It's necessary and what else? Es importante, okay?
No? That's
Just like,
es divertido.
yeah, it's divertido. I enjoy it too.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is fun to sleep. I agree with that. Okay? It's my favorite hobby. Just kidding. Okay? Pero más importante es know how to ride a bicycle, apparently. This is the most important thing to do. Okay? So when you ride a bicycle, this book will help you, okay? Also? You already know. Also también, okay? Let's go back to the month. I want to review that. Let's go back to page 38. That's in Spanish. 38. 38, okay? Let's start with enero. What is enero? January. Okay, ready? Begin. Enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre. Okay? Okay, let's say them like this, okay? We say them in Spanish, then we translate them to English, okay? So you can get them in your head. Okay, ready? Begin. Enero, January. Febrero, February. Marzo, Abril, April. Mayo, May. Junio, Julio, July. Agosto, August. Septiembre, September. Octubre, Noviembre, Diciembre. Okay, there's only 1 month that does not look similar to how we say it in English. Which one is it? No. Enero. Okay? Enero is the only month that January. It's the only one that can confuse, like the only one that is spelled differently, okay? All the other months are super similar to English, okay? So you shouldn't struggle too much with them, okay? So when you translate them to Spanish, it should be easier for you to translate the months, okay? Let's say them one more time, okay? Really quick. Enero, febrero, correct, okay? Now the next one, actions, what's happening, okay? Go to page 40. Page 40. Okay, let's read it. Let's read it like you're reading a sentence, okay? Necesito presentar, Adrian, page 40. Okay, necesito presentar, tengo que preparar, quiero practicar, prefiero pronunciar y puedo recitar. Okay? Let's go to page 42. Okay? Las actividades, activities. Okay? Let's read from number 1. Ready, begin. Estudiar, copiar, imitar, enseñar, usar, escuchar, hablar, prestar o preguntar, contestar y explicar, ¿ok? What is preguntar? What is preguntar? Okay, everyone, what is preguntar? Enseñar. Enseñar. Usar. Explicar. Estudiar. Mirar. Copiar. Escuchar. Preguntar. Contestar. To respond, okay? Page 44, the adverbs, okay? Adverbs. Gabby. Adverbs. Okay, let's read the ones under cuando first, okay? Let's read the ones under cuando. Okay, under when. What is cuando? When. Cuando? Cuando is when. Adrian, cuando? When. Now is ahora. Okay, when? What is when? Cuando. What is where? ¿Dónde? What is where? ¿Dónde está Amatista?
Ahora. No, wait. Aquí.
Aquí. Okay, let's read them. Okay, the ones in cuando. Okay, ready, begin. Ahora, pronto, por la tarde, por la noche. Okay, same as the month. Let's say them in Spanish and then in English. Ready? Ahora is now. Pronto is soon. Más tarde is later. Por la mañana, in the morning. Por la tarde. Okay. Aquí. Ahí. Más allá. En casa. En la escuela. En la escuela. Y en la iglesia. Okay. ¿Dónde están los estudiantes?
Aquí. En la escuela.
¿Dónde? En la escuela. Okay. Review all the ones that we just reviewed, all the way to the new ones, to 48, and then on Tuesday we'll have a quiz on that. Like I said, I'll make it super easy. I'll just have the same pattern. Just make sure you memorize it, okay? You practice it. And for homework, I believe you haven't done... Which one? Yeah, but I still want you to practice your vocabulary. So go ahead and how this way.
Guys, it's Friday, so make sure your area is really clean.
Okay, hey, listen. Do pages 203 to 205, okay? My homeworks are super easy. You just have to just write the same thing over and over and over again, okay? Page 103 to 203 to 205. And we'll see you on Monday. Have a beautiful weekend, guys. Okay, my online students, make sure you text me your email. My number is 770-742-1388. 770-742-1388. Okay, send me your email, please, if you haven't, so I can send you the information for